How do you turn this on? Wake up, sheeple. It's time to like and subscribe. Not a lot of commentary. More focus. Which is a good excuse for pretending I know what I'm doing. Ready for ZVZ? Settle in.
Let's go, Zerg.
Hey. Thank you, Crater Moon. Great, just still enjoy it.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
$92 months.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
Going 16 pool. Need to have it just in case of, well, people who think that 8 pool's good. It's good against hatch first. And that's about it. But a lot of people go hatch first by default. Because we've done it for this long. I'm not gonna change now. Where can I learn this game? Welcome. You made it this far. Hatch gas pulls work fine so far? Yeah, it works fine until your opponent has a build that is within a certain timing. Like, defensive builds work better the less competent your opponent is. Or I mean, eco builds, rather. If you think that was a veiled criticism, I don't know why you think it's veiled.
광물이 부족합니다. 여왕이 생성되었습니다. 에너지 업하고 파워 업.
Roach one. You don't get a roach one that early unless you actually do plan on building roaches, so.
아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 오 나의 여왕님 말랄 복귀 에너지 업하고 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 진화 완료.
I don't want to wall off with the macro hedge because roaches could use it against you.
자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 에너지가 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
This one's still pretty far, but
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
thank you, Asian BRs.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Good to know.
에너지 업하고 파워. 광물 대출은 에너지가 부족합니다. 에너지 업 광물이 부족합니다. 에너지가 부족합니다.
Thank you, Geomancer.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 창조적 에너지 업하고
Getting supply bots here was obviously not great.
인구수가
I do have
낮아집니다.
+1, which is pretty big.
대군
Yep. But you can't actually underestimate against roaches. Like, the +1 was very needed, but it's huge against unupgraded roaches.
대군주가 더 필요합니다. 대군주
Because they have the +1 armor base. So.
대군주가 더 필요합니다.
Huh. that classic.
대군주가 더 필요합니다. 시작!
Zergling stonks are up. We could have gotten the Evo chamber a lot quicker. Is random nearby? I'm gonna enjoy the probably less than like 1 week, maybe, where Zerg actually feels fun. If previous patches are any indication, that will be discontinued in a week or so. Like the last hotfix patch after the main patch was buffed ghosts, nerfed broodlords. And that was without nearly the Zerg buff. And I actually like ZVZ, unlike TVT and PvP. So that's kind of a huge factor too. Like, I don't like PvP. No one sane does. TVT is just tedious. But ZVZ has a bit of strategy, but it's not nearly the mental clusterfuck that PvP is because of the lack of defender's advantage. Like, you can still plan ahead. You can still have defenses and preparation. Whereas Protoss just kind of ignores those things. Even against Protoss. So, and TVT is too many defenses and preparation. Takes forever. Most of the time. But ZVZ, my favorite mirror. You getting some lag issues? Maybe he just has AT&T. Or that, I guess. Thank you, Fixes. 31 months. Okay, just don't enjoy it.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
Well, Hatch first.
오, 나의 여왕님, 말라이 포키. 아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요.
You have no gas? No gas. Okay.
에너지가 여왕이 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출.
This creep fill in, please. Guess we'll wait for that hatch.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 에너지 업. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Queens are so much faster than overlords now. Get back here! That's all I have to say about that.
대군주가 더 필요합니다. 진화 완료.
So he's gonna hardwall off. So we'll just mass expand instead. Instead of trying to get Zerglings through a hard wall. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's a little harder than even I expected. Probably Mutas. But if I expand to multiple bases, I can probably get more. Yeah, his lair's not faster than mine. Or it's within range, so. Yeah, it's about the same timing. Do you have speed on the way? There's the spire, but...
에너지가 부족합니다. 에너지 업하고 파워 업.
See if I can sneak up on it.
창조적. 에너지가 부족합니다. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 이걸 못 보내.
I wasn't mining that gas.
자나깨나 가스 조심.
He canceled the spire.
상급이 필수. 영이 생성된 가스가 부족합니다.
He's going straight to infestation pit. They're just gonna go for the macro mutas.
광물이 부족합니다. 에너지가 부족합니다.
Just enough mutas that he's convinced I'm going muta. And then
에너지가 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
swarm host.
광물이 부족합니다.
I guess we need to keep making mutas then.
구경하나요? 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 일벌레가 미래인 거 아시죠? 무조건 지켜야 돼요. 대군주 인구수가 낮췄습니다. 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 이걸 못 보네요. 변이 완료. 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 포동포동. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 제발 대군주 좀 뽑아. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 창조적인
That was a bit sloppy.
자나깨나 가스 조심. 변이 완료. 가스는 점검이 필수. 가스가 부족합니다. 가스. 광물은 그건 아니죠. 가스는 점검이 필수. 아, 거기 말고 점막 위에 지으세요. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 가스가 부족합니다. 치즈!
I didn't notice how low it was. He was overthinking it. Well, the pulvers gives you some more flexibility. It's not better than hatch first, but hatch first is a pretty narrow path.
행운을 빕니다.
Not Zerg in this economy?
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다.
See if that comes back to bite me. Half
광물
fallen.
대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Should have waited until I had enough for a queen.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
I think it goes over here.
광물이 부족합니다. 여왕이 생성되었습니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 에너지
He's just chilling.
그건 아니죠. 혹시 저거 처음 해보세요? 오 나의 여왕님, My life book. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 에너지가
Shield
부족합니다.
battery.
대군주가 더 필요합니다. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 에너지가 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 진화 완료. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Oracle.
인구수가 막혔습니다. 여왕이 생성되었습니다. 이걸 광물 대출은 전막이 필요합니다. 전막이 뭔지 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만. 오 나의 여왕, My life book. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 에너지 업. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 광물이
Robo.
에너지가 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 창조적인 변이가 승리를 부른다. 에너지 업하고 파워. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 오 나. 점막 중앙을 공격하고 있습니다. 그건 안 돼요. 거기 말고 점막 위에 지으세요. 힘들게 넓힌 점막을 또 넓혀야 합니다. 에너지가 부족합니다. 아무데나 막 찍고 싶으면 잘하세요. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 오 나의 여왕님, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 그건 아니죠. 혹시 저거 처음 해보세요? 변이 인구수가 막혔습니다. 제발 대군주 좀. 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 진화 완료. 진화 완료. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 자나깨나 가스 조심. 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 설마 확장 기지는 있죠? 광맥이 바닥. 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 가스는 점검. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 그건 아니죠. 혹시 저도 처음 힘들게 넓힌 점막을 또 넓혀야 합니다. 점막 중앙이 공격받고 있습니다. 가스가 부족합니다. 가스. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 설마 그건 아니죠. 광물이 부족합니다. 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 자나깨나 가스 조심. 에너지가 부족합니다. 그건 아니죠. 창조적인 변이가 승리를 부른다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 적들이 점막 중앙에 공격합니다. 여기 노동을 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 점막 중앙에 공격받습니다. 점검이 광물 대출은 진화 완료. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 광물을 다 썼는데 힘들게 넓힌 점막을 또 넓혀야 합니다. 자, 진화 점막 중앙이 공격받고 있습니다. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 변이 완료. 설마 아니죠. 혹시 저그 처음 해보고 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 포동포동. 창조적인 변이가 승리를 부른다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 힘들게 넓은 공간을 또 넓혀야 합니다. 미니맵 안 보나요? 일벌레가 공격받고 있습니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 설마 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 아무데나 낯을 곳에서 테란하세요. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 진화 완료. 이걸 또 보네요. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 변이 완료. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 진보급품이 꽉. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 보급품이 이걸 못 보네요. 설마 확장 기신이 있죠? 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요?
Still dicey. Almost died to the stalker push. 'Cause I just assumed I could have enough Zerglings, but they're still Protoss units. Yeah, it was just full on blink. Trying to get used to the control grouping of creep tumors too.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Is 8 workers good or bad? It's whatever your favorite content creator tells you it is.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
So, make sure to subscribe for my opinion, so that way you can form yours. You can find my opinion on my Dronely fans.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다.
What I even
광물
make
대출은
things.
불가능합니다. 광물이 대군주가 인구수가 막혔습니다. 제발 대군주 좀 뽑아요. 대군주가 더 필요합니다.
So this map has 2 gas geysers near the pervert pillar, which is actually pretty relevant for high level builds, because that means Zerg. Yeah, unless you make, well, is that a, it should be a high ground, right? Like, because some maps they're split, some maps don't have a pillar nearby. So knowing exactly when he takes gases 3 and 4, well, it's not that helpful right now because nobody knows what they're doing and no builds, especially, well, no one knows what they're doing. So the gases don't tell you as much, but just generally in map design, that's a very intentional thing.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Could be an adept. Yeah.
여왕이 생성되었습니다. 에너지가 부족합니다. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 에너지가 부족합니다. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 광물이 부족합니다. 에너지가 부족합니다. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 에너지가 부족합니다. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 인구수가 막혔습니다.
I'm pressuring the 3rd.
에너지가 부족합니다. 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 보통 점막이 필요합니다. 점막이 뭔지는 알죠? 인구수가 막혔습니다.
Fuck.
제발 대군주 좀 뽑아요. 에너지 업하고 파워 업.
I don't have Zergling speed. I kind of just skipped it. Rip larva. Not as painful as it once was. Still painful.
아군이 공격받고 있습니다.
Take that some. With a heavy heart, I accept.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시켜요. 에너지 업하고 그건 안 돼요. 에너지가 부족합니다. 가스가 부족합니다. 창조적인 변이가 승리를 부른다. 가스는 자나깨나 가스 조심.
I have no idea what this is. Could just be a bunch of charge lots. That's a favorite. A bunch of charge lots will never not be good.
여왕이 생성되었습니다. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
That's not suspicious at all. It's DTs. One DT?
에너지가 부족합니다.
Need a roach one.
아무데나 막 찍고 싶으면 해란하세요.
It's an Archon drop.
에너지 업하고 파워 업. 그건 안 돼요. 아무데나 막 찍고 싶으면 해란하세요. 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 대군주가 더 필요합니다.
Archons are really good.
대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 포동포동. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요?
Run away!
광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니야?
Oh, I lose. Yeah. It was a bunch of charge lots. The Archons, like, I have no units. I just die. I got supply blocked from losing like 3 OVs to Archons with 1,300 minerals. Well, I got slowed down a lot by... I built like 20 langs, and then I canceled them, which I get the money back, but I don't get the larva. Larva, as you know, we're having quite a discussion about. I canceled them because I didn't have Zergling speed even started. I just assumed it was done. But that certainly was quite a hiccup. Notice how I had less workers pretty much the entire game. Which is why 10 larva hurts. Because if I'm not using it to reduce his workers, then it's just reducing mine. It could be. SOS playing on the NA server as Zerg. My hero unit was a drone. Oh, that's not a good sign. It may have been a perfect game from him. Did he lose a unit? Oh, he lost the adepts. He, oh yeah, because that's why I had a hero unit, is because he sacrificed the adepts. But otherwise, I don't think he lost one.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 포동포동. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
I think we need to make sure I get the queen first, and then overlord, because I'm supply blocked anyway. So
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
we're gonna have to extractor trick out Zerglings. That's how perfect this build is. All right.
적 공격 모르나요? 모르면 맞아요.
Shit. It's speed. He has speed on the way.
여왕이 아이고 일벌레 죽네요.
Well, let's see if it can withstand the drama. I shouldn't have canceled that.
에너지가
He doesn't have an expo. Which means it's still.
아무데나 막 찍고 싶으면 테란하세요.
It's gonna be speed or something. Yeah. No.
대군주가 더 필요합니다. 여왕이 생성되었습니다. 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 포동포동. 인구수가 막혔습니다. 제발 진화 완료. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 에너지가 부족합니다.
We're just keeping the threat there. Without committing.
기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 아무데나 막 찍고 싶으면 테란하세요. 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요.
That was a mistake placement there. What the hell? I really fucked up that. Yeah, it was rough.
아군이 공격받는데.
I was like shift queuing the transfuse instead of queuing it or just pressing it, which means they were trying to move and then transfuse, which is not ideal.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 영이 생성. 광물이 부족합니다. 가스. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 시키나요? 미니맵 안 보나요?
Those glaives are bouncing far. Sloppy.
그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 자나깨나 가스 조심. 설마 확장 기신이 있죠? 가스는 점검이 필수. 인구수가 막혔습니다. 이걸 못 보네요. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 인구수가 막혔습니다. 제발 대군주 좀 뽑아요. 저 공격 모르나요? 모르면 맞아야죠. 하나님께 딱 조심. 제재! 광맥이 바닥났습니다.
Feels like the glaives bounced further than they did. Like, it feels like it's not factoring in the size of the building for how far they can bounce, which I don't know if it did before. But the fact it was bouncing from one side of a layer through to the other, I don't remember that being very plausible, but like, look at that. I can hit hydras from here. I'm trying to... Alright, like... Those are some long-range mutas. That isn't Arc Slop. Or at least that's not my understanding of Arc Slop. Arc Slop is how... So, from my understanding, it is like the Muta has to face a certain direction in order to attack. And you have to be close enough to that direction to attack. Arc Slop means it's more generous with that. And this is relevant for air units because turning air units has acceleration, even if the turn time is almost none. So, like... It essentially makes it more stutter flappable. They changed the glaive's target priority. I just don't remember it having that much. I guess maybe... I think the reason why might be because it would just hit whatever was closest before. So you wouldn't notice it bouncing like through a base because it would immediately hit like a larva. That's actually quite a buff. Yeah, it would hit larva. Yeah. I said it before. I'm thinking why it wouldn't do that. That's actually, well, it's mostly a buff against Zerg, but there's still plenty of scenarios against Terran and Protoss. But it's the biggest buff actually against Zerg because now it significantly decreases the value of static defense. There's already, there was already the buff to Spore Crawlers, kind of somewhat correctly anticipating the rise of mutas again in ZVZ. So the Spore Crawler now does even more damage against biological. So the issue is the Spore Crawler has to be in range to attack, which has always been the issue with just building more spores. Why don't you do that against Banshees when Clem goes Banshees guy? Always my favorite, like, just build more spores. Clem's still gonna get 17 drone kills. But, it would have been 25. 8 pull. 8 pull is not good. So, here's a simple fact. Well, it's good in ZVZ, but anything's good in ZVZ. It's outright horrible against Terran. It's suicidal against Protoss. But it's pretty good against Zerg.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Why do Brood War Spore colonies have so much more range than SC2 spores? How fast do Brood War Spore colonies move? Like base to base when they need to reposition? I'm still waiting on them to do that. So I would argue that spore crawlers have significantly more range than spore colonies. I'd be like, well, that's not what I meant. Well, that's why, by the way. Because ostensibly we're moving our spores and spines around all the time. At least I think was the idea, but it never really... 8-pull, learn to make it work. No.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
Wait, did I... Why is this so... It's off a little. I think it's gonna get to the high ground unless he built a second marine. Yeah, it should be fine. Looked like he was thinking about a reactor there, but not a bunker. Third hatch it is. He didn't scout at all. Oh, because of course he didn't.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
So you can put a siege tank on these. Fun fact.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
These platforms in the middle of the map, they have ground space intentionally. At least if it's the same version from the map contest or similar.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 여왕이 생성되었습니다.
You can tell StarCraft is an alive game because of how many people are complaining and switching races. That is of the tiny percentage who are complaining that also actually play the game. It's the day when people don't that StarCraft is truly dead. That day is a long way off.
에너지가 부족합니다. 광물 대출 불가능합니다. 아, 거긴 아니죠. 천막 위에 지어야죠. 에너지 업하고 팝 광진화 완료. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
It's like, oh, Zerg doesn't feel like a pushover for the first 7 minutes of the game now. I guess I'll actually play it, which is my mindset as well, by the way. Sure, it might be a bit much, but it's nice to feel like Zerg has a chance to not just get cyber bullied into a 25-minute late game death. Which, you know... Again, like, would I have buffed larva production? No. I would have made the queen cheaper. I would have reverted, like, the Ravager buffs, kept the Carapace buffs.
에너지가 부족합니다.
maybe made like production faster on lair. That's how I've always thought about when, like, because actually thinking about it like someone who plays the game.
그건 안 돼요.
Early game larva production is a very, very finicky thing. But if you tied it behind like the lair having faster larva or a higher larva cap, then it'd be
그건 좀 아닌 것
easier to balance. Hydra and hatch tech is just another way to not have any money. Like, Hydra and hatch tech, the only benefit would be being able to get your Hydra den before the lair is done. Like, you're intentionally getting as little gas as possible before starting your lair. Hydras are horrible before upgrades, and the upgrades are tied to lair, which I guess you could,
에너지가
unlock
부족합니다.
that, but
인구수가 막혔습니다. 제발 대군주 좀 뽑아요. 그건 안 돼요.
like, the upgrades literally require a lair. This is mostly only relevant when you lose yours, but which does happen.
변이 완료. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 에너지가 부족합니다. 그건 안 돼요.
This vision,
에너지 업하고
gotta have Zerglings out there for the creep tumors.
에너지가
Did I get a
부족합니다.
Hydra den?
아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 그건 아니죠. 혹시 저그 처음
What sets of rocks do I need to take down?
힘들게 넓힌 점막을 또 넓혀야 합니다. 아군이 공격받는데
How long on Bane speed?
점막 중앙이 공격받고 있습니다.
A lot of Marines.
일본내가 미래인 거 아시죠? 무조건 지켜야 돼요. 진화 완료. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시켜요. 가스가 부족합니다. 가스.
Stim again for me. Thank you.
아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 간헐천이 필요합니다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 광 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 변이 가스 점검이 필수. 창조적인 변이.
Wow, the fucking vision blockers.
그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 설마 확장 기신이 있죠? 그건 아니죠. 혹시 저그 처음 해보세요?
He has a fourth base. These attacks are not going to get easier to deal with.
광물을 다 썼는데 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요?
I have Hydra speed. nor hydra range. Okay, well, that's partially why.
그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 설마 확장 기신이 있죠? 광물이 없는데 자꾸 있는 것이. 아, 그건 좀 아닌 것
God, the
같은데요.
vision.
점막 중앙이 공격받고 있습니다.
That's a lot of Terran.
아군이 공격받고 있습니다.
I can't fight that.
가스는 점검이 필수. 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 광물이 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 인구수가 낮췄습니다. 제발 진화 완료. 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 후동후동. 정말 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 광물을 다 썼는데 아군이 공격 때문에 힘들게 넓힌 점막을 또 넓혀야 합니다. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 그건 아니죠. 혹시 이걸 못 보네요. 진화 완료. 설마 확장 기심이 있죠? 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 점막이 필요합니다. 저 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 아군이 공격받는 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 포동포동. 오, 나의 여왕님. 일벌레가 공격받고 있습니다. 미니맵 안 보나요? 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 이걸 못 보네요. 그건 안 설마. 그건 좀 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 진화 완료. 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일을 시킬래요? 아군이 공격받고 있습니다.
These vision blockers are crazy.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 제재!
Yeah, I mean, it was sitting there unsieged up. Still a mess. I was expecting the continue making mass marines and the complaining that Zerg has too much larva now. But instead it was just no GG. Do you hotkey your evos with your hatches? Yeah. Usually, if I remember, which is most of the time. They don't overlap, so you can just tab to them. This is the park announcer. Because I don't always like getting yelled at in English. I know I'm fucking up. Like, rematch? He's playing unranked, of course.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
I can't use English Abathur. So you have to actually switch your whole game into Korean if you want the Korean version of other announcers that aren't already speaking Korean. I love Abathur, but I'm getting supply blocked at too many random times and running out of minerals at too many random times because my muscle memory is not working. So it's bothering me too much. I'd be like, well, how do you even understand? I know the sounds. All right. You're like, what about all the other games that don't even have voice lines for when you're supply blocked? Like Age of Empires. Okay. Oh. So you're just associating the sound with it. And then, of course, there's lines like My Life for Queen that are in arguably English. Nah, the winter announcer is way too fucking annoying. It's funny for a few games, though. Which, a lot of effort went into making it a few games instead of, like, 2.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 해군주. 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 토동토동.
So the Alarak announcer pack, I don't know if it's fixed now, but the Alarak announcer has always been way too quiet. Like, literally the volume 3 times less than the others. And I don't... That's been forever. I don't know if it's just a me thing, but on multiple PCs. Like, literally just some wrong version of the file or something.
여왕이 생성되었습니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸
Can fix volumes easily? Yeah, but can Blizzard do anything easily?
광물이 오 나의 여왕님. My life cookie. 대군주가 더 필요합니다.
Third base.
에너지가 부족합니다.
Doubling, well, I guess the relative volume is the
대군주가 더 필요합니다. 인구수가 막혔습니다.
I don't think the Alarak voice pack is a high priority. while there are still bronze leaguers getting into masters and not understanding it for the last 5 years, completely messing up the integrity and incentive of the entire ladder system for those who don't want to pretend to be pro. And they shouldn't have to go complain to a streamer about why am I in Masters just to figure out why they're not in Masters, even though it says they are. Of all the changes, that would be the only one that really has long-term impact for the overwhelming majority of people. It's so ridiculous. Like, one, how does it happen? And two, how is it still happening? At some, like, it's almost better to just have the numbers like AoE 2 now, instead of talking about leagues, because they're so... It also definitely skews the percentiles to an extent.
에너지가 부족합니다. 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
MMR only meant to show for Masters Plus. Obviously, that is because everyone else below that level is a bitch. Remember when you couldn't see how many losses you had? Yeah. That was the original version, was everyone below Masters, losses don't count. Like, just focus on your wins. And you couldn't demote? You still can't. No one below GM can get demoted during the season. You get demoted at the start of the next season. And it tells you, well, it's fucked up with the Masters bug stuff, but...
대군주가 더 필요합니다. 창조적인 변이가 승리를 부른다. 그건 아니죠. 혹시 저그 처음 해보세요? 인구수가 막혔습니다. 제 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 그건 간헐천이 필요합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 점막이 필요합니다. 진화 완료. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 진화 완료. 대군주 어떻게? 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 에너지가 부족합니다. 인구수가 막혔습니다. 제발 대군주 좀 뽑아요. 가스가 부족합니다. 대군주. 아, 거기 말고 점막 위에 지으세요. 인구수가 막혔습니다. 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 자나깨나 가스 조심. 힘들게 넓힌 점막을 또 넓혀야 합니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 점막 중앙에 공격받고 있습니다. 창조적인 변, 여왕이 생성됩니다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 힘들게 넓힌 점막을 또 넓혀야 합니다. 아, 이걸
roll it away at the wrong time. Yeah, you know why? Because I ran onto the scan for a second and pulled back. And of course, he's staring at that. That's why I timed it out to bring the banelings in. Because he's clearly going to focus on the 20 banelings at the front. And even if he does look back, something's got to give. That's the risk of doing early timing as Terran, is you don't have much at home to defend. Just gonna run in with these. He forgot combat shield as well, so. Oh, a second infestation pit.
대군주가 더 필요합니다. 인구수가 막혔습니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 자나깨나 가스 조심.
So, I mean, this is a big part of Zerg that is very hard. Well, was harder when we were so strapped for timing, but. So, here's me. I'm waiting. Those banelings are going to sit there until I can make him look the other way. And it's not always going to work, but. I know he's on the creep. Probably should hotkey them. But we're not just running him in. I queued up backwards. I'm just running into the scan with banelings, so that way... Ah! Banelings! That's the reaction I'm going for here. He actually has more supply than me, because of course he does. And the timing could have been better, but I know he's staring at this. Yep. Ah! Banelings! And then... So now we go back, and we see the other side. The scan. Ah! Banelings! Wait, no, wait. Gotta go back a little further.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Wow, he's so far ahead on supply. He didn't actually see as much of the first one, but... Ah! So many baneling! So that's also why it's just banelings running in. Because, remember I move commanded by? Well, it worked. He's busy worrying about his attack. And that's why...
We could use some help here.
And then he looks back at the front. And that's when you're having a good time, is the summary. Like, despite all of this, I'm only ahead by 5 supply. I'm gonna shore it up. That's the resource collection rate. I actually had less for most of the game. Or at least, yeah. Well, at least it feels closer now. How do you cycle through hatcheries? That's worth a tiny tutorial here. So it's the base camera hotkey, and it's imprecise, but it's better than not injecting at all. I have it bound to shift space, so that way I can just mash shift space. And it's important because I need to hold down shift to do injects. So I have injects on the F key. It doesn't really matter where you put it. But having shift space as my base camera means I'm already holding shift, which also applies to queuing injects. So it's the base camera key. I guess I already have it on control space for some reason, but yeah, if you add it to shift, you've already tied that in. Not all players do that. But the result is, this is just as observer cam, but it tabs between your finished bases. Or whatever bases you could potentially select. In this case, all of them, because I'm observing. And now we're going to tie it all together. So let's put all the queens on a hotkey. Usually I have some for creep. So you want to inject. In this case, I'm going to hold down shift and F. Well, we're going to do shift space, and then I'm just mashing space while holding shift F. And now I've queued up injects on each one. Though, probably should do a little better than that. Wow, we found a... Okay. I've never looked that close. I think I held it for too long on one, so it just queued up multiple on the same one. Which, if you cycle through it fast enough, you're not going to be stacking all your injects or queuing all your injects on one. Still, though. Yeah. There we are. Like I said, it's imprecise, but it's kind of a shotgun blast of injects to get rid of your energy and get some more injects out there. Usually, if you can be more precise, use camera locations or individual base hotkeys. But that's like, I have half a second, so... When you hold base camera, I'm mashing. I have it on shift space, so I hold shift F in order to queue up the injects, and then I just mash the space bar, which triggers the base camera key repeatedly. With my thumb, I'm mashing the space bar. Just imagine. All right, maybe we'll get the keyboard cam for those interested in the fingering tactics. But always important. But that's why it's on spacebar, because it's so it's hard to miss. I tried other keys. Spacebar it is.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
What is this? 15? No.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Supposed to be 16. And the specifics matter a bit more now. Also, why did I put it there? I'm gonna dodge the probe.
아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 인구수가 막혔습니다. 제발 대군주 좀 뽑아요.
Oh, his nexus. He blocked it with a pylon before getting a nexus. I don't mind.
오, 나의 여왕, 말라이 포키. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 여왕이 생성되었습니다.
I don't know where I'm doing with this, but
그건 아니죠. 혹시 저거 처음 해보세요? 에너지가 부족합니다.
chrono boosting probes.
일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다.
Just gonna send one out there.
오,
Thank you, Raiden.
안 돼요.
I have no idea. I don't think he could have an oracle yet, but
광물이 없는데 자꾸
it's kind of hard to tell.
아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 에너지가 부족. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 광물이 에너지가 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 광물이 부족합니다. 에너지가 광물. 에너지 업하고
Alright.
파워 업.
The Roach run was in case he decided to go Twilight. Like, just straight to Twilight.
에너지가 부족합니다.
Well,
에너지 업하고 파워.
unless this is his second Twilight,
에너지가 부족합니다.
which I doubt.
아, 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 광물이 부족합니다.
So close.
그건 아니죠. 혹시 저거 처음 해보셨나요? 창조적인 변이가 승리를 부른다. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 여왕이 생성되었습니다. 대군주가 오 나의 여왕님. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 진화 완료. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 변이 완료. 에너지가 부족합니다. 가스는 점검이 필수.
Alright, no more drones.
점막 중앙이 공격받고 있습니다. 대군주가 필요합니다. 인구수가 막혔습니다. 제발 대군주 좀 뽑아요. 대군 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 아, 진화 완료. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 점막이 필요합니다. 점막이 뭔지는 알죠? 진화, 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 변이 완료. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 그건 아니죠. 오 나의 여왕님, My life hook. 에너지가 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 여왕이 창조적인 변이가 승리를 부른다. 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 자, 가스가 부족합니다. 가스. 에너지가 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 아군이 공격받는데 힘들게 넓힌 전략을 또 넓혀야 합니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 진화 완료. 점막 중앙이 공격받고 있습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 에너지 업. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 설마 확장 지진이 있죠? 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 보급품이 꽉 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 아군이 공격 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 이걸 또 보네요. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 설마 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 그거 진화 완료. 설마 확장 지진이 있죠? 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 힘들게 막힌 점막을 또 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워. 보급품이 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 제대로 싸워보자. 진화 연이 완료. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 시작.
A move, which is what he failed to do. Yes, a move. So, in order to defend charge lats, you only need like 24 spines. At what point is it not even... Well, keeping the base is a lot of value. But if you spend over 1,000 on spawns, that's like 1/10 of the base. Well, if you make 10 spawns, that's actually 1,500 minerals. You're like, what? It's 1,000. No, it's 500 minerals of drones. Like... Baneling hero. They give probes. Like 2 spines behind it, 1 lurker in the middle. Lurkers don't kill things fast enough. And also the point is that takes supply. The idea is I'm trying to minimize the supply I need not fighting the army that's way better than mine. Cyril might be able to distribute his army to defend stuff like that. Well, I'm less accomplished. Somehow Cyril seems to have the right amount to defend where it needs to be while also still defending the main army. Whenever I do it, I suddenly have 30 supply defending 4 zealots and I get run over. Or I have 10 supply defending 30 zealots. Eight character barcode with a portrait. That's a fashion statement.
광물이 없는 행운을 빕니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 대군주 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 그건 아니죠. 혹시 저거 처음 해보세요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시키네요. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Why is this overlord just sitting there? Hatch first.
여왕이 생성되었습니다.
They're staring at me menacingly.
아, 이걸 못 보네요. 오, 나의 여왕님, 말랄 복귀. 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
Shit. Actually, what a weird wall, but
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
yeah, it's a wall.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 가스는 점검이 필수. 진화 완료. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는 에너지 업하고 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 이걸 못 보네요. 적 공격 아군이 공격받는데 구경할 광물이 부족합니다. 변이 완료.
Actually, let him creep. Alright.
에너지가 부족합니다.
What am I doing? Just get the +2 melee.
아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 대군
Well, I was optimistic, but yes, roaches and banelings are better than Roach-Ling Bane is better than Ling Bane. Learned my lesson. Spire was really the only way to counteract that. Or roaches. I wanted to push it, but the correct move was just Roach-Ling Bane.
행운을 빕니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시켜요. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
I shouldn't have gotten that overlord. Well, as long as I get the hatch.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
I knew he was up to some fucking shenanigans.
여왕이 생성 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Is it a proxy? He didn't even wall. Crazy. Yeah. Baited. Don't need that.
오, 나의 여왕님. 광물이 없는데
I'll take it.
에너지 업하고. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
I didn't see if he was going for warp gate or not. Very bold. Well,
자나깨나
I showed no speed, so.
점막이 필요합니다. 점막이 뭔지는 알죠? 여왕이 생성 광물 대출 에너지가 부족합니다. 대군주가 더 필요합니다.
Mind if I take a look? Thanks. Oh, it's charge loss. Okay. Just a bunch of charge loss. Yeah, +1 roaches.
에너지 업하고 파워 업. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 에너지가 부족합니다. 에너지 인구수가 막혔습니다. 제발 대군주 좀 뽑아요. 그건 될 거라고 생각합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
He's hurt.
광물이 에너지가 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 그 아무데나 막 찍고 싶은 광물이 없어서 자꾸 응원시킬래요? 에너지 업하고 광물이 부족합니다.
Could have been worse.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 창조적인 변이가 승리.
Definitely could have just died.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 에너지 인구수가 막혔습니다. 제발 대군주 좀 점막이 필요합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
I need to move out because he might just tech switch. And if I'm just going roaches, I can easily just lose.
그건 아니죠. 혹시 저그
Quite an array of things.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Thank you. Oh, he can warp in wherever he wants, yeah.
아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요?
I lost my queens as well, so...
변이 완료. 광물이 부족합니다. 인구수가 막혔습니다. 오 나의 여왕. 아 이걸 못 보네요. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 가스가 부족합니다. 가스. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 인구수가 막혔습니다. 제 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 점검이 필수. 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 점막 중앙이 공격받고 있습니다. 대군주 어떻게 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 아 이걸 못 보네요. 광물 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 설마 확장 진입죠?
Believe it or not, just one base charge lot. So, yeah. So every pylon is a threat now. I mean, I guess again. Because they can all fast warp in. Don't need the warp prism nearly as much anymore. Thank you, Fluffy Kitten. Seemed he was about to retreat. There's no retreat. He was backing off to keep the immortals alive. And even if I eventually kill it, he has... Well, let's look at the worker count. I'm like, it looks fine. If you're the Protoss in blue. It's just, this is the first time that Terran, and to an extent Protoss, like, Protoss has had to adapt their style, but not their builds. This is the first patch in, like, since Legacy of the Void came out, that Protoss and Terran might have to actually do, like, a different opener. So, change is scary. I'm not saying that Zerg isn't necessarily overtuned with the larva, but... like, just doing, you know, maybe the rumors of the same build, but 30 seconds later are not so true. I don't know. Maybe it'll end up being that. But, like, watching Beyond do the exact same strategy, just with 4 supply less the entire game, it's like, yeah. It's not working as well. Whenever Beyond came up with a new build, they nerfed it. So the build was Go Mass Reaper, and then it was still Go Mass Reaper, and they nerfed that twice. Which is significantly different than nerfing the Infestor for Serral. Because it was literally every game, the entire, like, that was the build. It wasn't like Infestors are very strong in the late game. It was, I go Reapers. Like, I start with Reapers, I follow up with Reapers, I end the game with Reapers. 6 minutes later, goodbye. Like, which is a lot different than the Infestor's very strong when microed perfectly at the 12-minute mark. Beyond came up with the 2-1-1, yes. Which, well, he was the first, I mean, he, made it look overpowered. That wasn't nerfed. It was just that eventually, Zergs, especially, kind of, it's still tough to deal with, but they eventually adapted. But he was on, like, quite a win rate for a while there. Because it was just hitting so hard, so fast. And Zergs just couldn't do the same openers, believe it or not. You can't just go, like, 3 hatch with only a couple queens. And not die to a bunch of Marines with Stim. Which is... like, was the first major iteration of Legacy of the Void. And then you die to the siege tanks flying across the map, of course. But I forget, I think he did the 2-1-1 after the Reapers got nerfed. He's like, I'm still just going to make a bunch of barracks units and attack. But it's a bit more manageable when it at least requires a starport. Yes, I want every Protoss and Terran Pro to switch to Zerg. Okay? That's what I want. I want to see it. Clem, it's time. I believe in you. I mean, he's beaten Raynor playing Terran. Wait, no, Terran beat Clem. Raynor played Terran and beat Clem, who was playing Zerg. But it was still a pretty, like, very clearly, they're still top Grandmaster. Just a little sloppier. Like, they look like players who Raynor or Clem would destroy, as opposed to... but would still potentially be matched against. That's the key part. Like... I kind of lost track of what we're doing here. I'm doing 2 base carapace upgrade rush. Yeah, that's the ticket.
아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요?
Like, what is that? It's a very good question.
광물 대출은
When I figure it out, I'll let you know.
에너지가 부족합니다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다.
What? A Viking? Come on in. Why don't you run by?
기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 어떻게 생긴지 알죠?
I have way too many overlords out here. The Vikings gonna be way too successful. What is with this restraint, bro?
이걸 못 보네요. 적공격 위험이 생성되었습니다. 창조.
And then he tries to do the sweatiest version of it, of course. Like, and it just completely falls flat. He scanned to scout forward and then did a multi-pronged Hellion. There's probably a Liberator on the way.
그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요?
He did completely stop my creep, so... Like, every single creep timber died. What? Oh, it's Mac. Ugh. So there's a chance of just winning the game with the Mutas. That chance just got reduced by the scan.
아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데. 변이 에너지가 부족합니다.
Doesn't mean I'm not gonna still.
대군주가 더 필요합니다.
Oh, and Cloak Banshees as well, of course.
대군주가 더 필요합니다. 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 오, 나의 여왕님. 말라 통치 대군주. 대군주가 더 필요합니다.
The creep is so bad.
그건 아니죠. 혹시 저거 처음 해보세요? 아이고, 기지가
Do you not have a third?
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Okay.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 진화 원. 적 공격 모르나요? 모르면 맞아야죠. 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 자나깨나 가스 조심.
Fucking Widowmons.
아, 거기 말고 점막 위에 지으세요.
There it is.
아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 가스가 부족합니다. 가스. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 아무데나 나를 찍고 싶으면 테란하세요. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 광물 대출. 진화 완료. 인구수가 막혔습니다. 제발 대군주 좀 뽑아요. 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 연이 완료. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 설마 확장 힘이 있죠? 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 시제!
Bit of a mess,
그건
but it works out.
에너지가 부족합니다. 창조적인 변이가 승리를 부른다.
Thor's splash missiles have always needed a buff. Yeah, okay. How can T-player win? Two Thors shouldn't be losing to 8 mutas. He was like 12 mutas, and he didn't repair, and he didn't have upgrades. And also, 12 mutas cost several times more than 2 Thors. And there's a reason most players go bio. Do you think Zerg is best now? I think Zerg is no longer an exercise in masochism to play. Let's say I used to play 15 years ago. Will I win now if I pick Zerg? Give it a shot. Only one way to find out. I drone rushed to Masters before the patch, so... I mean, anybody could... Literally one build will get you to Diamond with relative ease. But, again, there's a big difference... Well, I think we found this with all the AoE 2 stuff. There's a big difference between a player who has one really good build and who has one really good build and can play the rest of the game. SC2 is very similar, but significantly less pronounced because of how quickly everything progresses, but... How would you rank them for new players? You should play whichever one you think is the most fun. New players will still be sitting there with 1,300 minerals and 1,700 gas, haven't injected for the last 10 minutes, running mass Zergling with +1, +2 into siege tanks. Wondering why. Well, Winter said Zerg was good for new players. Like, well, one, I didn't. And two... Yeah, I did love the clearly not actually playing the game commentary on how the larva buff only affects lower level players mostly, which is like the exact opposite of true. But it's so, I saw that parroted around like, and not that I don't want Zerg buffs, but like that is so obviously wrong. It is so incredibly... Like, lower level players didn't care what the larva cooldown was because they weren't using it anyways. Like, oh, but now for players who don't inject as much. My brain. Fucking melting. Does he already have lings out? I don't think so. But just gonna go reactor first.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? What's it worth? SCV ready. I'm listening. 광물이 부족합니다. Oh yeah, baby. Yes, indeed. SCV ready. Agreed. All right. And, what's going on? 부속 건물 완료. SCV ready. Man. Done. Let's do this. What? You want something?
Almost has enough for a creep tumor. If he goes for it.
In the rear with the gear, boy. On the way.
Nope. He had gas, right? Yeah.
Certainly.
Didn't have enough, did he?
건설할 수 없습니다. 잘 좀 보고 지읍시다. All right. 사령부 업그레이드. SCV ready. 착륙할 수 없습니다.
Actually, we'll see if we can pop the Overlord there. At this.
Armed and ready to raise some hell.
Yeah.
부속 건물 완료. Who wants some? Been waiting on you.
Huh.
SCV ready. This better be good. I'm listening.
One benefit of the high ground.
SCV ready. SCV ready. 설마 거기가 가능하다고 생각하세요? Ready to raise some hell. 언제까지 보급고 막힐래요? 부속 건물 완료. Yes. Get from above. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 밥 좀 먹고 일합시다. 건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다. Talk to me, boss. Be ready. Are you ready for this? 에너지가 부족합니다.
Can you weld this up with 4? I guess. Doing exactly what I made fun of the other guy for doing. Real sweaty micro.
대출은 불가능. 연구.
Is that a wall? Yeah.
설마 여기 내리려고요?
Loud and clear. Screaming. Now.
건설 로봇 추가요.
Yeah?
부속 건물 건설할 수 없습니다. 잘 좀 보고 지읍시다.
Receiving. They ain't getting far. Follow back.
사령부.
Right.
거기는 건설할 수 없습니다. 부속 건물 완료. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 에너지가 부족합니다.
Receiving.
부속 건물 완료. 연구 완료.
By the number. You gonna give me orders?
Yes, sir.
Ready for dust off.
This better be new.
Light.
You gonna give me orders? Armed and ready.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시켜. 보급고가 막혔습니다. 광물이 보급고가 더 필요합니다. 부속 건물 완료. 업그레이드 완료.
Maybe I should siege up the tanks.
광물 대출은
Good,
불가능합니다.
good strat. Let's try it.
완료. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시키나요? 광물이 부족합니다. 설마 거기가 가능하다고 생각하세요?
Turbines to full. That's fine.
Armed and ready. Ready to roll it. You want a piece of me, boy?
Waiting on you.
Give us your gateway. Coming through.
Talk to me. Ready for dust off.
You gonna give me orders? Been waiting on.
Where? Ready for pickup?
언제까지 보급고 막힐래요?
Inbound. Taking out, dropping off. Loud and clear.
부속 건물 완료. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 적레이는 완료. 밥좀 먹고 이럽시다. 보급고가 막혔습니다.
Taking out, dropping off.
밥 좀 먹고 이럽시다. 보급고가
Acknowledged.
막혔습니다.
Talk to me. Loud and clear. Mayday! Mayday!
Ready.
보급고가 더 필요합니다. 보급고가 막혔습니다.
Been waiting.
보급고가 더 필요. 언제까지 보급고 막혀요? 설마 확장 기신이 있죠? 밥 좀 먹고 일합시다.
What's going on? Go ahead.
광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠?
Need something. You gonna get me
광맥이
orders?
바닥났습니다.
I'm on it. What's up?
Picking up or dropping off?
밥 좀 먹고 일합시다.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Lights here.
Oops.
I got my ears on.
Roll out.
착륙할 수 없습니다.
Give us your best shot.
Will do.
Ready to go.
광물을 다 썼는데
Where's the
업그레이드 완료.
Somebody, get me out of this
광맥이
mess.
바닥났습니다.
How does Terran even deal with Zerg? Same way. Just have to think for 4 seconds. Still don't have any anti-air. Unless they go Muta. Yeah, okay, some of it. Anyways. So wait, you're like, well, that opponent was bad. Oh. I thought Zerg was a free win. Wait a second, are you saying you have to use skill? How does Zerg even win? We'll have to figure that out.
행운을 빕니다.
4-player map and it could be all spawn. Are there tubes? Yes, tubes. It's a tube map.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 광물이 부족합니다.
What is a tube? You've heard of YouTube. It's nothing like that.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
Well, if we beat this Protoss, we're gonna have to figure out how does Protoss even win. So, next on the agenda. I meant, do they do anything? It's like the internet. Well, no, but also, which is a series of tubes, as you know. Tube Scout! Get in that tube. There are worker-only scouting tubes
자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
connecting the bases. These are also quite convenient for potentially expanding sneakily.
광물이 부족합니다.
It's a new development to try to make scouting on 4-player maps less of a coin flip. Though it's still a lot more difficult, obviously, than on a two-player map.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 부족합니다.
Unfortunately, the tube is... We're just gonna bring it all the way around. He went Nexus first. Alright.
대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 포동포동.
You can select it, and you can turn it around, even though it feels weird to turn it around once it started in the tube, but you can.
대군주가 더 필요합니다.
Is that a forge? Don't worry about me. No! Let me out! Ah! Please, sir. I have a permit.
오, 나의 여왕님. 인구수가 막혔습니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
He blocked the tube. But he can't block both tubes. Alright, well, we'll just go that way. I mean, he could block both tubes, he just didn't. But to be clear, it's perfectly possible.
인구수가 막혔습니다.
Welcome back.
대군주 좀 뽑아요. 여왕이 생성되었습니다. 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 에너지 업하고 인구수가 막혔습니다. 제발 대군주 좀 뽑아요.
He's making a void ray.
광물이 없는데
Which is not gonna be fun.
에너지 업하고 에너지가 부족합니다.
Is he supply blocked a bit? I guess.
광가스는 점검이 필수.
Yes, the Muta den.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 에너지
Which is
업하고
not a great idea,
광물이 부족합니다.
but it blocks too much mining.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 아이고,
Ah!
아군이 공격받고 있습니다.
He didn't see the Muta den yet, which is very important.
진화 완료. 광물이 광물 대출은 불가능. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 에너지가 부족합니다.
He made more. He could be building there's a Twilight Council. He's just gonna do charge lots behind it.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 가스가 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 자나깨나 가스는 점검이 필수.
Hide overlords.
광물이 부족합니다. 가스가 부족합니다. 가스.
Yeah, get over somewhere else. Run away.
대군주가 더 필요합니다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다.
Not gonna expect them to already be across the map if he's busy dealing with this.
어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 포동포동.
At least we hope.
인구수가 낮췄습니다. 제발 대군주 좀 뽑아요.
Yeah. How does Protoss even win? Well, funny you should ask. Eight carriers. That was, he did Nexus first, but then spent all his time protecting, like, trying to recount. He didn't, if he had probe scouted through the tubes, he would have seen the lair first. What do you think of the patch so far? The larva buff is ridiculous, but Zerg needed something, and I'm afeared that the backlash will leave them in the same sad spot. Like, well, that's just ridiculous. Well, that's happened like 3 patches in a row. Zerg is like a 70% win rate against Protoss and GM from all regions. And they've got a lot of practice because Protoss is over 40% of GM. Which is almost double Zerg, actually, at this point. Well, maybe not as of the last few days. And also, what do you think happens with every new map pool? Well, for the first time, Zerg benefits from a new map pool. Because players are figuring out, especially Protoss, figuring out how to put their buildings in the right order. And what the right order is. But historically, Zerg has suffered with new map pools because they're the adaptive race, right? Like, people finding new locations to jam their adepts in, or their siege tanks. That is the lot of Zerg. Usually, if there's not also the biggest balance patch in the history of the game at the same time. That is the except. So now we're changing the maps. We're reworking multiple mechanics. What is the cause? And there's 4-player maps. Well, that also 4-player maps can favor Zerg. I think most obviously favor Zerg, though there's also, against higher level players, the distance between the bases can work against them. I'm not going to pretend like having more space to work with is bad for Zerg, but it can be a bit of both, especially against, well, I would have said against Protoss, but more against like Terrans with Medivacs and Liberators, where they can split off like a small amount of units and do a lot of damage. It's still very annoying with charge lots, but more predictably so.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Is Cyril winning every tourney now? Hero has won more tournaments than anyone else in the world combined since the last balance patch. So Cyril, they're playing Maestros of the Game on the last balance patch. Cyril is in that. Hero and Maru are also there. Clem got knocked out. They've decided to just have modders make a version of the old patch, which, well, they played 90% of the tournament on the old patch. It would be kind of shitty to be like, well, now it's complete. Though, it was a hard call, I think, but. What about Clem? When I said Hero has won over 50% of all the tournaments, all the major tournaments since the last balance patch combined, did I stutter? Like Clem wasn't involved? Who do you think he beat for like 3 of them?
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
I always keep coming back to the stat of he hasn't lost a finals either. Every time he gets to the finals, he wins. He has not taken second place. He's gotten knocked out before, but the most clutch player in the game.
Shall we march? Latin.
광물이 부족합니다. 거긴 소환 못해요.
Najakar, Nina. Forza. Yes, Executor. Forward. The first book shall be
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Faith.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
To glory. We serve with pride. Give us your command. Combat awaits. The Templar, march. We are one mind. It shall be done.
거긴 맞다.
You seek guidance.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Forza.
수정탑이 더
Just freeing
필요합니다.
up supply, bro.
How can I be?
수정탑 막히면 미래가 없어요.
Oracle perceive. Nazutai. Let us begin. Yes. An erudite. Our window is short.
Oh shit. Well, that was bad.
The threads of fate lie.
I hold position way too fast. It actually responded really quick. I've noticed that air units have... It might be like a carryover from whatever they did with the Muta. Not the arc slot, but it feels like the behavior is slightly different. Yes, that's my excuse, but... Things are... Which is... It's more responsive, which is worse. Arguably.
가스가 부족합니다. 가스.
How can I be? We enter.
The skies await.
Where the hell did the Ovi go?
The stars.
The threads.
잘 보고 소환해 주면 안 돼요?
Our window is short. Harmonize.
연구.
An omen. Let us begin.
탐사정 공격 모르나요? 모르면 맞아야죠.
How can I? You seek guidance? Our window is short.
자나깨나 가스 조심. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 거긴 아니죠. 거긴 맞.
Iron shall be reversed.
That's unfortunate.
탐사정이 공격받고 있습니다.
Our team wash a guard. You seek God.
That's gonna slow me down a bit, eh?
The stars align.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 수정탑이
I need to know if he's going Corruptors, which I very much assume he is, and then we could get Void Race, but
잘 보고 소환해 주면 안 돼요?
it may already be a bit late. Oh, it's just Hydras.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Oh, there goes the Sentry. About as bad as it could get.
탐사정이 공격받고 있습니다.
Yeah. That did not go great. Just a bunch of Hydras. How does Protoss even beat Zerg? By letting a bunch of Zerglings in your base, obviously. And then rushing to carrier and getting scouted the moment it finishes. Unbeatable. Sure, is he 400 or 500 MMR higher than I usually am? No. I mean, yes, but... What really he's carried by is... the intern. Hydras are bad. Hydras are bad once there's any splash damage. They're okay. Like, the closer you get to 200 supply, and splash damage, the worse they are. But against just straight up gateway units or Stargate, any gate-related units on their own, they are quite good. All right.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Is that the indicator? I think so. Or is it just a patch of rock? I think it is.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Is that a hatch first? I don't know the timings now. Yeah. And also good indicator.
수정탑을 소환하세요.
Try a different angle.
광물이 부족합니다.
The firstborn shall persevere.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Yes, Executor. We serve.
광물이
Forward.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
We are of one mind. Glory to the day. Faith. The Orc's fear. The Templar. Mark.
Oh, nailed it.
광물이 부족합니다.
Give us your command.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 동력장 안에 광물이 없. 연구. 업그레이드. 광물이 부족합니다. 연구 공룡 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 수정탑이 공격받고 있습니다.
Justice be done. We embrace the glory of battle. We are the slaves of Hydra. Orange is we embrace the light of Hydra. We stand as one.
정전이 정말 싫다.
We are the blades. Our meditation is over.
동력장 안에 배치하세요. 동력장 광물이 없는데 저 안에 배치하세요. 수정탑이 공격받고 있습니다. 수정탑 막히면 미래가 없어. 수정탑이 막히는데 미래가 있겠습니까? 거긴 소환 못해요.
Our meditation. We are the blades of iron.
탐사정 지켜야 돼요. 수정탑 막히면
Command me. Our light for iron. And Tara. Order. Stop. By your will. Hassan, they comply. For our panics. Here is an enemy. We are the blades of iron. From the shadows,
거긴 맞다고 생각하세요?
Clever. We stand as one. And Tara Tassaga. By your will.
정전이 정말 싫다.
Nasviru. What would you ask of us? I bask in the twilight. The dark. Jakku.
잘 수정탑을 소환하세요.
We embrace the glory of light for iron. I will comply. We stand as one.
Where shall we march? We serve.
수정탑이 더 필요합니다. 거긴 맞다고 생각하세요?
And Tara Tassaga.
Let your will give us your combat.
거긴 아니죠.
Najakar Mina.
잘 보고 소환해주면 안 돼요?
Iron shall be reclaimed.
동력장이 먼저
Yes, executive.
거긴 소환 못해요. 거긴 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 동력
Our light for iron. Our meditation is over.
업그레이드 설마 거긴 아니죠.
Justice be done.
Where shall we march?
수정탑이 공격받고 있습니다. 잘 보고 소환해주면 안 돼요?
I am the heart. My meditation is over. Honor guides me. For our panics, we stand.
광물이 부족합니다. 거긴 소환 못해요. 설마 확장 기지는 있죠?
Aside, justice be done. Adam Atu. Honor guides me. And Tara.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
My meditation. You require my skills. I serve. Just state thy bidding. shall be as you say. Glory of battle. We are one with the shadows.
Wasn't a decisive victory. Well, the worker count the whole time. So, what's the worker count? Yeah. Banelings aren't really a counter to charge lots because they cost gas and charge lots don't. Which, I mean, they counter them, but in the early game, it's one of the worst counters.
광물이 행운을 빕니다.
Yeah, you can have the right units, but charge lots are... they're not a lot of, they're not micro-intensive.
불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
They can hit many zealots. Yeah, if I run into all of them. But...
광물이 부족합니다.
and charge lots do have a tendency to be a little finicky about it, because they're very excited to charge into glorious battle. That's kind of their whole thing.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Cross position.
대군주가 더 필요합니다. 인구수가 막혔습니다.
Assuming those spawn indicators were accurate, and it could only be cross or horizontal. I'm just gonna, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
여왕이 생성되었습니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
No, we still need these here. He could easily snipe my OV.
광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출. 오, 나의 여왕님. My life 복귀.
He's building a bunker. Okay, this works out for me just fine.
어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 포동포동.
Means he's probably making more than one marine.
대군주가 더 필요합니다. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 에너지가 부족합니다. 여왕이 생성되었습니다. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 대군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠? 포동포동. 에너지 광물이 없는데 자꾸 광물이 부족합니다. 진화 완료. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Third CC.
점막이 필요합니다. 점막이 뭔지는 알죠? 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 여왕이 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Energy bays.
광물
I assume there's two.
오 나의 여 에너지 업하고 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 여왕이 생성되었습니다. 아무데나 막 찍고 싶으면 테란하세요. 대군주 에너지가 부족합니다. 대군주가 더 필요합니다. 아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 그건 아니죠. 광물이 부족합니다.
I think we want to mine through this.
광물이 없.
Definitely in the way.
에너지 업하고 파워 업. 그건 아니죠. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 에너지가 부족합니다. 광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능. 설마 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 에너지 업하고 그건 안 아무데나 막 찍고 싶 광맥이
Oops.
바닥났습니다. 광물을 다 썼는데 에너지가
Pain
부족합니다.
nest is late.
광물이 부족합니다.
Muta.
광물
Give it a
대출은
shot.
불가능합니다. 그건 좀 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 그건 안 돼요. 설마 창조적인 변이가 승리. 그건 안 돼요. 에너지 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 설마 거긴 아니죠. 천막 위에 지어야죠. 에너지가 부족합니다. 그건 아니죠. 광물이 부족합니다. 그건 안 돼요. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 그건 아니죠. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 점막이 필요합니다. 진화 완료. 설마 확장 지심이 있죠? 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고. 이걸 못 보네. 광물을 다 썼는.
Let's take down these rocks.
가스는 점검이 필수. 그건 안 돼요. 될 거라고 생각하세요? 가스. 그건 아니죠. 진화. 자나깨나 가스 조심. 점막 중앙이 공격받고 있습니다.
I'm gonna have 2-2 in a moment. I'm not confident I can hold this.
아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 아군 변이 완료. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 점막 중앙이 공격받고 있습니다. 창조적인 변이가 승리를 부른다. 광물을 다 썼는데 자나깨나 가스 조심. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 기지가 가스가
Yeah. Alright. Just die. It reminds me of Wings of Liberty. Sit there for 10 minutes and then die. Or win. That last round of drones too much. We're really getting that nostalgic feel of not moving out of your base until you're solidly 3. I should have focused on maxing out. I started Hive, which is clearly too much. I gotta get one more turn. Gentleman and a scanner. Dialing back the minerals. So it was pointed out to me that they didn't actually add any minerals. I missed that in the patch notes. They went from it's not 1600 1200. It's 1600 1100. So the amount of minerals is the same as it was.
광물이 부족합니다.
They didn't make, well, remember they only added one sentence describing like the intent of the patch
광물 대출은
and no other further explanations to anything, so,
광물이 부족합니다.
and also no information on what was changed from the PTR. Just to hear the notes. And I didn't read correctly that the mineral patches. So the total amount of minerals per base is 10,800 still. The patches are redistributed to 1600 and 1100 as opposed to 1800 and 900, which means you can productively mine for longer on more patches, but it ends up being the same amount. So it is still a buff to turtling. Because you can use more workers productively for longer. But you don't get an extra 400 minutes.
광물이 없는데
It's fun seeing 1 and 2 base all in. Time for the obligated day of, or every single time where I'm like, no matter what,
Love your YouTube content.
even if nothing
I
changed
stole
but the
your
maps, there'd be
2019
some
claims
crazy new
back then, having
builds.
discovered it recently.
Unfortunately, we can't do any playlists nowadays or I will get murdered by copyright AI. Literally. But, like, even if it was only the maps changing, there'd be new strategic variety. And I guess it's good marketing for the patch that there's a lot, you know? And you're like, well, you wanted change, you wanted new ideas. Yes. True. So as long as we get a patch every 3 months or so, And that's what would be the methodology, like the seasonal thing you see in other games, like Teamfight Tactics or some shit. It's been since the beginning. My major concern is Blizzard acting like an intern on their lunch break, slipping in patches at random times, and then fucking off for like 9 months, like they just got deployed to something that actually makes money. And that is the larger risk, more than any of the individual changes.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
That's literally what happens. Well, we don't know that. It could just be whoever's working for the classic games team, and yes, StarCraft 2 is a classic game now. Just is really good at pretending to work and does nothing.
여왕이 인구수가
All right,
낮췄습니다.
and nobody at Blizzard checks in on them because they forgot it exists. There's also that. I don't think that's it. I don't. They're like, how can we monetize Warcraft? We'll release a new Diablo class, and we'll release StarCraft skins for Diablo.
에너지 업하고 광물이
How about Diablo skins for StarCraft? You know how much harder it is to make models for an RTS game where pro players will turn them off because they get a 4% advantage then?
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 진화 완료. 에너지가 부족합니다. 그건 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 광물이
Wait, why doesn't he have speed? Is it just a bunch of Banes? Fuck is this about? I know you're out there.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 에너지 업하고 파워 업. 에너지가 부족합니다. 해군주 어떻게 생긴지 알죠?
Why are you sitting in your base with all that? Is he just gonna go like Muta? After all that?
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
Unfortunately, you have to go Roaches. Like, if he has... Well, he doesn't have a Bane Nest, so yeah, I can actually go Massling, but... I don't think he knows about my third, which is another big part.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
But if he gets any Banelings, I just can't anymore. Like... Even with great upgrades, Banelings are still Banelings.
에너지 업하고 파워 업. 에너지가 부족합니다.
Make sure he doesn't have any hidden base.
인구수가 막혔습니다.
Yeah.
제발 대군주 좀 뽑아요.
He doesn't have roach speed on the way. I think it's Mutas. Like, he's just rushing Mutas. Despite all of that, by the way. The supply blocks are so real.
광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
That or Nidus, and then I'll get caught completely off guard. But we'll see.
에너지 업하고 파워.
Is that a change? That can't be a changeling. It's too fast.
창조적인 변이가
Hydras.
가스가 부족합니다.
Wild.
에너지가 부족합니다. 여왕이 생성되었습니다.
I was so scared. What is the pathing now?
광물이 부족합니다. 광물 대출은 불가능합니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하는 자나 광물이 에너지
I don't quite have +1 attack or speed yet, so
가스는 점검이 필수. 인구수가 막혔습니다.
these are unupgraded hydras. If he wants to wait for me to get 1-1, I'm happy to oblige.
진화 완 대군주가 더 필요합니다.
Where'd he go?
완료.
That was very kind of him.
자나깨나 가스 조심.
What, lurker rush or something?
인구수가 막혔습니다. 제
Hmm. Can soft counter it with Ravagers. What does he have? He has 1-1. I assume he's making more lurkers. Oh no, it's just mass hydra.
가스가 부족합니다. 가스.
I checked for hidden bases. Very important to do so, but he doesn't got any. Alright, we gotta back off.
가스는 점검이 필수. 자나깨나 가스 조심. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 인구수가 막혔습니다. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠?
Holy shit. I fucked up. Too much damage. How long am I upgrade? Still pretty long time. I messed up the targeting for a split second there.
가스가
It cost me.
가스. 설마. 오,
Also, I don't have any overseers.
자나깨나 가스 조심.
Oh, he's just gonna go that way. Okay.
가스가 부족합니다.
I'll give up the base. Like,
가스. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다.
fucking overlords.
창조적인 변이가 승리를 부른다. 대군주가 더 필요합니다.
Arise, arise, riders of Theoden. Spears shall be shaken, shields shall be splintered. A sword day, a red day, ere the sun rises.
Thank you, Optimus
Ride
Prime.
Now, ride now, ride.
대군주가 더 필요합니다.
Okay, well, I do have a Hydra den.
바닥났습니다.
Just in case he decides mutas are the way. I'm trying to be very careful. Like, I need to send an overseer head because hold fire lurkers could completely screw me. So,
에너지 업하고 파워. 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 진화 완료. 광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 설마 확장 기신이 있죠? 아, 이걸 못 보네요.
what? Keep control of yourself.
변이 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 진화 완료. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요? 진화 일벌레가 미래인 거 아시죠? 무조건 지켜야 돼요. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 설마 확장 기신이 있죠? 아, 이걸 못 보네요. 아, 그건 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 설마 에너지가 부족합니다. 변이가 승리를 부른다. 변이 완료. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요?
So annoying to deal with.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Where are the rest of the lurkers?
에너지 업하고 파워 업. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 아군이 공격받는데 구경하나요?
Maybe GG means something different in his country.
아, 이걸 못 보네요. 간헐천이 부활됐습니다. 간헐천이 바닥났다고요. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자. 시작!
What a guy. You would have expected such manners out of such a well-named fellow. But unfortunately, your alerts show up twice. I didn't notice any alerts for you. Notably, thank you, Caius, as well. Welcome back. Let's try 2v2. I'll just random it. I wanted to play more, but I don't know if we're gonna find any at this time. I don't know if I'm relatively high rank or not. He was hoping you would type GG and press quit. Except the hotkeys are different for quit and surrender, thankfully. Mineral chains for the win. It doesn't do that much. Well, having lurkers on the high ground is always good. If I had controlled Vipers better, but I'm slipping now. It's still pretty good. I think 10 seconds on the larva. 9.5 is too much. I'd really like 10 seconds on larva and then 150 on queens. Which are 2 big eco bonuses. Yes, but it felt like the queen cost reduction was a shoo-in, but the larva buff is like cutting off your legs and getting prosthetic ones. It's certainly a different vibe. $325 hatcheries. Hatcheries are already 350. No one ever counts the drone. Which is why the larva buff was needed in the first place, or something like it. Not specifically that. I feel like I have to say that every time because otherwise people will pick it apart. Because Zergs need to use their drones in order to build their buildings. And as we learned, the larva doesn't actually spawn that much faster than you can build workers baseline. It's 12 seconds, not including chrono boost, to build an SCV or probe. Larva used to spawn at 10.7, and now of course you can bank up multiple. This is like pre-queen. We're talking pre-queens. Don't even get... Inject is not involved here. In the early game. And that was the struggle with the quote-unquote normal spawner. So it's not even like it helps out that much in the first few minutes. Statistically, it's really not that much. It's the ability to rely on your hatcheries for production more. That adds up over time. Like by minute 4 or 5 with 3 bases, it's starting to really kick in. Like, and that is the difference. Like, you can do a less... It's less that it gets you what you need early, and more that it allows you to play more defensive and still be relatively okay economically. Like, before, you had to choose between going pull first to hold a Reaper, or potentially just losing drones because the Reaper hits too early. Now you can go pull first and probably catch up economically without worrying as much about it. Yeah. And yeah, we talk about drones, but this is an argument against it, is that the hatchery is also the barracks. It is not just the drone production facility. It's also the Zergling and the Overlord production facility. And that has significant downstream consequences. And that's probably why larva has never been touched in 16 years of StarCraft 2. Because it's kind of the entire baseline of Zerg is larva production from hatchery. So, that's why, like, almost every other mechanic in the game has been at least adjusted. Like, Chrono Boost, we fucked with it like half a dozen times. Mules have been changed. They used to mine gold minerals. Mostly they've been nerfed over and over. Larva, so it's not exactly the same because there's no real equivalent. I guess the equivalent would be like how reactors work. Chrono Boost is a bit of an overlap because Chrono Boost you get the moment the game starts. You could use a Chrono Boost on your probes the second the game starts. I don't know if it's better to do so. I can't say decisively. It might be. Never gonna find that. Like, I get proxy hatch so much more often, which is confusing because it's not better. It's actually worse. Like, getting proxy hatch does not take advantage of the larva at all. Hatcheries are more expensive. And if you're proxy hatching, that's going to delay any other production more than likely because you're building a hatchery in their base. Like, you can't even spend it. Proxy, that's just, like, it's actually just not very... Relatively, it's worse. It's more of a gotcha. Well, a lot of Zergs were proxy hatching before the patch. Are you Protoss? Like, because anything to throw off the Protoss If it's Terran, that's also odd, but much more committed. But the easiest solution to meals and map hacks? Well, so my suggestion was not the ghost supply, but in order to address the orbital command explosion in the late game, is make orbital commands give and take 1 supply. So if you have 12 orbital commands, that's 12 supply. I would not also make the ghost 3 supply in this scenario, but like, that way it's an active choice. Well, you would give 1 supply because it shouldn't counteract your builds just to build an orbital. Like, that would mess it up. Honestly, just give it 2 even as a counteraction. Like, you give it the bug that was in most of the PTR. Or the bug where it gets free 2 supply. It should be after it completes, obviously, but that is what I'd like to see as a late game. You might be like, overseers are kind of the same. No, they're not. Overseers cannot mine out a base in seconds and spot the whole map, and they cost gas. You know what? Trade-off. Orbitals now cost gas. Orbitals are 50-50. Deal. Fine. Zerg player deal. Overseers can mass contaminate the factories. Link me an example of any pro player doing that, even when they have over 10 overseers. Link me, I would love to see it. Show me 1 example from the last 5 years of that happening. We're assuming the Zerg player is not already 150 supply ahead. That's because they just spam changeling. They're all noobs. Yes, all Zerg players are noobs. I would rather risk losing my 50 gas overseer and potentially part of my supply to stop a siege tank from building for 20 seconds. Rather than actually scout. Contaminate is 20 seconds. If it was like a minute, but it's 20 seconds. It's not even the build time of a tank. Dark, yeah, well, of course Dark did it. That's a given. Here's a strategy. Dark did it. Oh, the Do You Cup is on. When did that start? 3? Neeb! Neeb is back for 1 tournament. I don't know how much they paid him just to show up, but... Contaminate. Well, Contaminate costs 100 and 25 energy, which is a lot. You start with 50, and it only lasts 21 seconds. It's just not good. Yeah, Cyril actually does it. Like, Cyril's hit a bunch of timings, like going, stopping Storm and all that. I do think it's underutilized. But the problem is an Overseer costs gas. So you're risking gas every time you fly the Overseer within the general area of your opponent. Thoughts on 4 larva inject instead of increasing the rate? I thought that's a much more mild buff. Though it continued. So we have 0 explanation of why any of the changes were made. We just have to kind of guess. So whenever you hear somebody talk about, including me, by the way, whenever you hear someone talk about the changes, like they know the reason why, they don't. At least officially. Because there was no explanation or communication of why each specific change was made. So if somebody says, like, this is why, that's just them, like, fucking guessing, bro. Like, the Overlord was nerfed in speed because it's more... What the fuck are you guys doing? What have I joined? Obviously, I'm the odd man out. These guys have a plan. And it's probably cannon rushing and proxy rexing and 4v4. So that way the game takes less than the queue time to get into it. Yeah, all right, have fun over there. Anyways,
수정탑이 막히는데 미래가 있겠습니까?
the problem with buffing larva inject. Well, the problem from a Zerg perspective is it's like, oh, the queen is still the most important unit and continues to be, and without it, Zerg is effectively completely and utterly useless. The queen is already, like, the overwhelming majority, like, by far, the queen is the best unit. You're goddamn... Any other unit
동맹기지가 공격받고 있습니다.
besides maybe the drone, Zerg could probably do without. You could remove like 3 other units from the game, and Zerg,
동맹이
even if they're Hydraling Bane, I think Zerg would still be worse off if you remove the queen. And we're assuming we like counteracted it with like a larva increase or something. What the fuck? He's stealing all the gas. The gas thief. See, this is why I like this. I like jumping into these because you got some real originality here. He's over here. This guy, the Borg. Resistance is futile. He's got 8 assimilators. What the? And nobody's stopping him. We're also doing a bunker contain. He's cannon rushing and stealing the gas. And what was his name? His name was Jeff. My name, Jeff. No, there wasn't a cursor on the screen this whole time, and nobody noticed. Or if they did, I didn't notice them noticing. Because I turned it off for casting, because people say their cats hate it, and their cat, they're lying because they're just talking about themselves. And I think it looks better, because sometimes it just gets left on the screen. Anyways, is this the new meta? Jeff? Well, the delayed cannon rush, the 8 assimilator into cannon rush build is certainly something. A new bespoke strategy from Jeff. He's not. There's another cannon rush. Open the door. I'm just gonna build void rays. I feel like that would really fit the theme we're going for here. Oh my god. Just like him. So this guy, like, whose base is it? There's 2 assimilators. Interesting pause. Jeff unpauses. Alright, now this is gaming. Jeff throws out an ancient hieroglyph, trying to convey his wisdom and profound statement.
Phase crystal charged.
동맹기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 정신 똑바로 차리세요. 가스가 부족합니다. 가스.
All right. Well, the attack's still going. I think they've succeeded.
동맹기지가
Jeff still has multiple assimilators in the... Wait. Yes, he's one more base.
보고만 있나요?
I'm just gonna go hide in the corner.
정신 똑바로 차리세요.
I'm just over here building void rays and see how this shakes out. Pretty sure they've won. The other team had way too many Zergs to be comfortable in a team game. I don't think any amount of larva increase is gonna make it suck less to get walled in by cannons and bunkers. Because that usually happens before any of that kicks in.
수정탑이 막히는데 미래가 있겠습니까?
We are at full channel.
수정탑 막히면 미래가 없어요.
Zakna. after all.
Okay. Carl is over here, complimenting Jeff's attack.
Face.
The old Carl Jeff 1-2.
We are at full power.
동맹 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 정신 똑바로 차리세요. 동맹이 공격받는데 구경만 하지 않겠죠?
They've overrun. Did I wall out his siege tank? Or does he just not feel like moving? I honestly can't tell, but we're not going to take any chances. I'm here for him.
동맹이 동맹 기지가 공격받고 있습니다.
Just going to recall some of these probes. Oh yeah, okay, well. Don't lead them back. Yeah, they don't know where our base is. Run away and hide. Like, don't lead them back. What? What? I don't, what? How would they know where we are?
광물이 없는 정신 똑바로 차리세요.
Channel the light of
I think I offended Jeff. That's my bad.
this vessel.
동맹 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 정신 업그레이드 완료.
This is kind of bad, actually.
Face.
I really thought we were just gonna walk over them, but it appears they had actually no follow.
Ikuda.
Well, that's not too surprising.
보고만 있나요? 동맹 기지가 공격받고 있습니다.
Okay, alright. Oh, this is gonna be a little dicey. I don't actually have enough void rays to fight that.
구경만 하지 않겠죠? 동맹 기지가 공격받고 있습니다.
I want him to blink. Could be nice.
가스 동맹이 공격받고 있습니다. 동맹 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 정신 똑바로 차리세요.
Well.
동맹 기지가 공격받고 있습니다.
This vessel.
수정탑이
Sir, Jeff, we can still win.
동맹이 공격받는데 보고만 있나요?
Jeff, you need to stop.
동맹 기지가 공격받고
Jeff is really taking a turn here towards a villainy. I have to kill all his probes off before he kills my bases.
We are at full power.
수정탑이 동맹이 동맹 기지가
I did save him.
수정탑이 더
Not that he's appreciating that life I've granted him.
Face crystal charge.
Is he gonna come back and try to kill my base with his probes? Sorry, Jeff. Well, we've got to deal with the domestic disputes here. It's actually quite hard to kill this many of your teammates' units because you can't. They don't auto-attack. It's just quite troublesome. And that definitely will cripple us going forward.
동맹 기지가 공격받고
Well,
있습니다.
dealing with Jeff killing my main base was definitely not the ideal part of this game. Is he still... Jeff! Unfortunately, he can rebuild, so we may have to actually kill him. I need to build... Well, we'll just worry about the domestic front. on our own.
광물 대출은 불가능합니다.
Ultras.
거긴 소환 못해요.
It shall be done.
I can't actually worry about that though.
동맹이 공격받는데
The Widow Mine.
Cast our shard.
광물을 다 썼는데 동맹이 공격받고 있습니다. 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 광물이 없는데 자꾸 일만 시킬래요? 광물이 부족합니다. 수정탑이 더 필요합니다. 광맥이 바닥났습니다.
Building some Stargates.
자나 수정탑 막히면 미래가 없어요.
Has Jeff gotten over his tantrum? It appears so. It's actually more effort to kill your teammates' bases than it is to just play the game.
거긴 아니죠.
I'm sure nothing snuck out over there.
Dimensional strains have been
What? Oracle.
공격받고 있습니다. 수정탑이 공격받고 있습니다. 정전은 막아야죠. 적 공격 모르나요? 모르면 맞아야죠. 업그레이드 완료. 동맹이 공격받는데 누가 있나요?
It shall be.
설마 작전팀이 있죠?
What do we got? We got barcode. What's...
기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼습니다.
No, what? What? Shades of Jeff. I don't need to fight. Jeff mind tricked me.
광물을 다 썼는데 우리 지는 거 아니죠? 동맹이 공격받고 있습니다. 동맹이 공격받는데 보고만 있나요? 광맥이 바닥났습니다. 보급품이 꽉 찼으니 이제 제대로 싸워보자.
Would have expected it to come back. Well, there goes the Ethernet cable. What an experience. Just fucking Alt F4'd. Are there any units from your team? Jeff killed my Nexus with his probes because he was mad that his cannon rush didn't win the game. Carl has actually built up again. Both Carl and Barcode have gone mass Widow Mine. And Barcode has a few Thors that are currently at the front. And I have Void Ray, so obviously we're winning. And there it goes. The Zergs are still here. They have a team killer too? Wow. You can really tell the team game players. Yep. I think orange. This seems like the normal tantrum from people who can't take responsibility. Yep. This guy's playing on a barcode in 4v4. So is my teammate, but he's team... Wow. Well, that was quite a spread there. Jeff with 46 APM. I want to see the profile. Let's take a look. He has never played a 1v1 match. This does not surprise me. He's played 200, a little over 200 4v4s. 50% win rate, matchmaking working perfectly. This season, that is. Let's see. He plays 4v4. That's what he does. All right. 1v1, 0 matches. Didn't even accidentally click it once. Which is kind of impressive, because I feel like at some point you may have accidentally played, like, queued up and then realized. But no. And then you leave the game and it would still register as 1 match lost. But no, never even misclicked it. So, shout out to Jeff. The 37-year-old baby. Reporting. Well, if enough people report, they do get banned or muted. But it is a free-to-play game, so there is that. But, so you see this in Heroes of the Storm more often. It's the same system, it just happens more often in Heroes of the Storm. Well, maybe it happens more often in 4v4. But, because people inflict themselves on teammates more often in Heroes of the Storm, and it seems like it's the same threshold. Like if 20 or 30 people report you within a certain span of time, you get muted or something. Which does have a tendency to happen more in Heroes. But it's using the exact same system because the game is built off the StarCraft 2 engine. So, and like all the social systems as well. What did he say? Jeff didn't say anything. Well, he did, but nothing bad. He just killed my base with his probes because he was mad. Which was hilarious because then we won the game after I killed all his probes because he's being a bitch. Like, I was still winning. It was just a side quest to make sure Jeff stopped having a temper tantrum. But hopefully you enjoyed. Shorter stream, but I thought honestly, felt like some solid games. Felt kind of getting a feel for it. Still think the larva change is a bit much. Wish we were focused on other things, but while we have it, and it doesn't seem like the patch is going to go away or anything, so I'm going to make the most of it, obviously. The clickbait, the new, well, give it a week or two and we'll see if new guides are in order. We're going to wait until the hotfix window. Because last time we did this, a week after the patch, Broodlords got nerfed and Ghosts got buffed. So, and I don't think that would have made a big difference in making any new guides, but this is the biggest patch of all time, so I'm going to give it a week or two to see if the intern is going to pop up again. And then I'm going to make a decision on what we're doing more midterm. So, Otherwise, though, if you haven't yet checked out, of course, on the YouTubes, if you're on the YouTube Winter Gaming TV, like and subscribe. Realize you're not on the main channel right now. You're on the streaming channel. Because I didn't know how long I was going to be streaming tonight, just FYI. A lot of, well, when the titles and thumbnails overlap, you could be forgiven for not realizing that. But otherwise, thank you for watching. I hope made your day at least a little bit better. Good luck, have fun. I'll see you next time. See you soon. See you probably tomorrow. Things hold out. Thank you for watching. Stay chill.